I would like to announce that a quorum is present. The meeting is duly called and notice of the meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The time is 6:00 p.m. We ask that all those in attendance conduct themselves respectfully at all times during this meeting. Any outbursts or disruptive behaviors may result in your removal from this evening's work session. The following board members are in attendance: Allison Lasan, Catherine Sells, Dr. Buddy Bonner, Christy Hassick, Jenny Prosnick, Sheila Taylor. Board President Tracy Miller is unable to attend this evening's work session in person, but will participate via WebEx. I did not ask anyone to pray for us, so I will say a quick prayer. Dear Lord, thank you so much for your many blessings that you give us. Please be with us tonight as we make decisions for the district. Please be with our teachers and students and staff as they round out the end of the school year. Just help them to do well and be productive. It's in your name we pray. Amen. We will now convene in a closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071. The time is 6:01 p.m. We will now reconvene into open session. The time is 6:59 p.m. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. All right, the next item here is consider action on items discussed in closed session. Ms. Taylor, would you like to make a motion?
I move to approve the terms discussed with legal counsel and authorize legal counsel to proceed as discussed in closed session to effectuate the resolution associated with civil action number 422CV00304 ALM pending in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Texas.
Do I have a second? Dr. Bonner? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passes 7-0. 6-0, sorry, thank you for that. You'll probably have to correct me again tonight. Okay, now I'm going to read our newly adopted mission and vision statements here. Our mission statement is engaging and inspiring learners and leaders. Our vision statement is all students are confident, equipped with the knowledge and skills to thrive and adapt to their future. All right, I'm going to totally skip over the public comments section because we have no speakers this evening. And we'll move on to information items. Dr. Rapp.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lasan. I'm going to do just a brief update on our One Vision Task Force. We will be providing an update at every single meeting we have as we go throughout the process. So just give you a recap of where we are, and Miss Phyllis Grissom is back there, our great facilitator, one of the two. Yes, okay, there she is. Her and Arena did a great job facilitating our first meeting. I just want to recall and review how we got here to this place. Of course, we constantly are doing long-range and systematic planning work in the school district for our needs, from our facilities assessment documents to our facility walks, to our facility assessment committees, to our technology advisory committee, of course our demographic projections that Rocky gives you all regularly, our debt management policy review, and our facilities board committee. All of those things run in the district to keep us planning for our needs. Then beginning in December, we launched the process for an RFP looking for a facilitator for this process that you all approved Huckabee in January. Then we held that Saturday facilities assessment workshop, which led then to our member selection launch and our orientation session and meeting number 1. So this has all been a great process to get here. At the first meeting, we did a little bit of introductions and icebreaker of who's in the room. We did an overview of the committee, and then they heard from subject matter experts. They heard from Rocky for demographics, and the show really at that point belonged to Ms. Maloney for School Finance 101, LISD funding, and bonding capacity. An overview of the committee, we just shared with them that they are a valuable voice for us. They're going to study the needs of the district and work collectively to develop a plan and a potential bond package that would be recommended to you all for your consideration. Our committee composition is over 80 stakeholders, parents and non-parents, campus and district staff, community and business. They've got LISD experience. We wanted to balance that experience they bring to the table with our school district, geographic representation, representation across feeders, and representation across student programs. The charge to the task force is to help us have one vision for the school district that represents the entire community, and it's to assess our district in prioritizing current and long-term facility needs. Then they're going to consider the educational needs of all students, align those recommendations with our mission and vision. I was pleased to get to share with them the newly adopted mission, vision, and long-range plan work that have fed into this process as well, and report their findings to all of you. What we asked of the committee is that they attend regularly and engage. They do their best to represent the entire community and ensure that all voices and opinions are heard, and they consider the needs of all of our students. We were very clear, as you can tell, I've already said it several times myself this evening, their role is to provide recommendations to all of you. You all will ultimately determine the timing, structure, and content of any potential bond issue. Phyllis did a great job of telling them they need to enjoy the journey, that this is a journey. There are many meetings that they will be attending. These are the variety of topics that they will be hearing from our wonderful subject matter experts about. And so, to stay with us throughout the whole entire process, and we went over the roadmap there. Every meeting, we are closing with key takeaways and talking points. So for meeting one, our takeaways were we're one of the 20 largest districts in the state educating their children. We're one of the largest geographic districts in DFW. And that we're very proud to explain to them how our tax rate's divided into two tax buckets, but that we have one of the lowest M&O tax rates in DFW. And you all have done an amazing job, of course, managing and being great stewards of debt for our school district. We've sent, unfortunately, $200 million back to the state in recapture payments over the last 5 years, and we're one of the few DFW area school districts who has managed to keep their tax rate low and not called a Vader like many others around us, and that we could sell over $1 billion in new bonds in one sale and not have to raise the INS tax rate. I'm really appreciative for the work of the whole planning team, Dr. Miller and Miss Brim and her team, along with Randy and Jason and Brian and Jeff Kosh and Drinkwater and all the people, Miss Maloney, of course, that sit around the table. Athletics is a part of that too. I know I'm leaving some people out. Please know it's not intentional. I'm just so thankful for all of their time to dedicate to this work. So our communication plan, we'll have a meeting one recap that will be shared with families and staff, and then from there they can subscribe to our bond updates. Subsequent meeting recaps will be shared with bond subscribers, and part of those recaps will include video that we're gathering from the participants to share their journey along the way. And I've seen a preview of that communication. It looks really good, and that will be going out to the community tomorrow. And so that's your update on the One Vision Task Force. I'm happy to take any questions if I need to address anything else.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rapp. A few of us had the opportunity we're all going to have the opportunity to visit these meetings, but I thought it went really well. All right, finance report with Ms. Maloney.
Thank you so much, Vice President Lasan, Dr. Rapp, members of the board. This evening, we have a 23-24, so a fiscal year 24 update where we want to talk a little bit about property taxes as we received the estimates last week, tax compression in the general operating budget. And I'll wait till he gets that pulled up. So our agenda this evening, Chief Appraiser Don Spencer is going to come to the podium and he'll start us off, but we're also going to talk, after he gives a little update from the appraisal district, we'll talk a little bit about tax compression and the 88th legislative session and the challenges we have for setting that M&O tax rate by the August 1st deadline. And then very preliminary fiscal year 24 financial forecast. We're throwing in some HB 100 highlights and some possible funding that we will get from there, and just provide a little bit of a May forecast in a very difficult time as we are in a legislative session. So I'll turn it over to the Chief Appraiser for an update from DCAD.
Thank you very much. There we go. How about that? Is that a little bit better? All right. Paige, thanks for the invitation. Dr. Rapp, board. It's good to be here. Always appreciate the opportunity to come out and speak before the respective boards and councils in Denton County as we work through processes through the property tax season. And it's been a little while since I've been here, and I think last time I was here, you guys were expressing some concerns with the appraisal district, and since that time there has been some changes at the appraisal district. So we currently have new leadership in place, and through that leadership we've been able to hire some new people at the district, and we're starting to build what I feel to be a great, credible team there, and I'm excited to see the progress that we're making. I'm thankful for the overall support at the end of the year last year for our 2023 budget. That did allow for us to hire some more full-time employees, get some more full-time employees in our budget. We currently are at 92 full-time employees out of the 104 that we're budgeted for. As you can tell, we're still trying to hire folks, but we started out the year at 78 people, so we hired 14 in the first few months, and we kind of had to pause on that because we're right in the middle of our busiest time of year, and it was really kind of counterproductive at a certain point to continue to try to hire people. We really had to start to focus on our task at hand, which is valuing the property in the county, providing the taxing entities with those certified estimates at the end of April, and getting the appraisal notices out so we could start the protest process, which we are currently in. I will tell you that it's been busy. I know that you all have seen those invitations in your mailboxes to come down and visit with us about values. It's a very challenging time for us at the appraisal district. There's talk about the inflation, but there's also talk about recession in the market. We didn't observe a recession in our real estate market here in Denton County. You guys have seen the growth here, and to be honest, I mean, everybody that I've talked to, I think they see what properties are selling for in their neighborhoods, and it has indicated another increase in value this year, which when we increase values, that invites more people to come down and talk to us at the appraisal district, and those people come in droves. We typically see about 1,000 to 1,200 phone calls a day. We have about 400 to 600 people coming in our office a day, and we have a very small team up there that's dealing with those folks. But we're working diligently to work through every property owner's concerns on their values, to provide them with the information that we use to value those properties, and see if there's any resolution to that. Ultimately, to get to that end goal in July, which is to try to provide you guys with a certified tax roll. That is one of our biggest goals. Is providing a certified tax roll and not a certified estimate. I know the last few years that has not been the case, but moving forward, we are definitely taking all measures that we can to get closer to a certified tax roll by July 25th for you guys. We know that you need that certified number so you can start the process on the tax rate calculation, and also walking through the process of formulating your budget. And we realize the importance of the accuracy of those numbers. And like I said, we have been taking several steps, towards being able to produce that timely certified roll. Thankfully, this year we were able to get the appraisal notices out. All of the real property appraisal notices went out at one time. It was over 365, nearly 370,000 notices went out on April 17th, which is a really good start to the season for us because that means everybody has a protest deadline of May 17th. Now, with that being said, May 17th, that still only gives us a very short window to process all of those over 100,000 anticipated protests that we're going to have this year. We have worked towards and we've implemented some plans for handling that mass amount of protest. When we look at the overall number of protests that are filed, the breakdown of that is it's the majority of it is residential homeowners, but of that, say 100,000 protests, about 60 to 70,000 of those are going to be filed by property tax agents. This year we are going to be diligent to, as soon as, now the agents are always the last ones to file. They wait until the very last minute to file, but as soon as we get those filed, we're going to start working with those agents to try to get through, the majority of those protests so we can have the majority of that value resolved and certified. That will get us closer to that 95% certification mark at the end of July. We've also been working alongside the Appraisal Review Board as much as we can. We can't do a lot as far as training or implementing anything with the Appraisal Review Board. It's set up to be a separate entity from the Appraisal District by law to create a separation and make sure that there is no perception that the Appraisal District and the ARB are working together. So it does make that relationship a little challenging, but what we do work with them on is the logistics of the protest process and the scheduling of those hearings. Now again, another challenge we have is filling those ARB seats. We currently have budgeted for 40 members to sit on those Appraisal Review Board panels. A panel is 3 people. Currently, I think we have 29 members on that ARB. And so not having more ARB members means we have less ARB panels. And so that means that's less hearings that we can hear every day when we start scheduling those protest hearings. One ARB panel can typically hear about 30 cases in one day. And when you start talking about, 100,000 protests, 30 a day, that doesn't do much, and so if we have, 8 or 9 panels running, we're only really able to hear about 250, maybe 275 hearings in one day. And from May 17th until certification, we only have about 42 days to get all of that done. So again, that kind of puts the pressure back on the appraisal district to work with those property owners informally to try to settle those values so they don't have to go to an ARB hearing because we don't have enough ARB to get through that process in a timely manner. I would be remiss if I don't talk about, again, just the staffing. Even though we were able to, with the support of the entities, add full-time employees this last year, for the 2023 tax season, we're still really short-staffed when it comes to residential appraisers, especially. We just, over the last probably, I would say, even 10 years, unfortunately, the CAD just was not proactive and growing as the county has grown. I can go back to even 2007 and start watching the population of the county grow, and we had 74 people on staff, or the CAD had 74 people on staff then, and even 10 years later than that, we only had 87 on staff, and the population had grown by more than a third at that point, and now we're nearly to 1 million people. Those 1 million people are, that translates into just like what you guys experience, more bodies, more, more homes, more commercial buildings, more properties to be protested, and we need more people to, to go through that process with. We are working hard. Leadership is working really hard to really go through every department and evaluate each position, each department, their tasks that are aligned in those departments and the roles of each person to make sure that task alignment is appropriate, and in areas that we can realign some tasks and also possibly utilize some technology to offset the need for people, whether it be, there are some programs out there that will help us handle things en masse, basically. We're looking at all of those prospective programs to be able to hopefully utilize some of that. But again, we are, a little short on staff. I've looked at this outside of just having the time in years at Denton CAD. I really haven't been able to see the progression there, so I can only look at it from an observation of what other CADs are doing and try to determine where we are in comparison to CADs that aren't having the same struggles that we are. And so I've looked at comparable size CADs such as Collin CAD and Williamson CAD that have the same basically the same volume of protests, the same volume of deeds that they're processing, the same volume of property owners that they're dealing with, similar sized counties, similar parcel counts. And when I do those comparisons, as we sit today, we should really be sitting at about 135 people, but our 2023 budget reflects 104 full-time employees. So I tell you that just to express that, we really are, I'm not just saying that we need more people. I mean, we need more people at the CAD to be able to really do the job and be adequately staffed and provide the service that you guys, that all the taxing entities need and deserve. We are also planning to create a training and development department this next coming year. We feel like that's going to be crucial. We had a fair amount of turnover over the last few years with everything that happened at the CAD. So my average tenure right now at the CAD is about 4 years. That's not great. When you talk about the professionals that I need sitting in these, in these appraisal chairs that are dealing with these property owners, I need people that are seasoned and experienced and understand, all the operations and they are able to sit down and have conversations with property owners and help them out. Having such young staff, we really have to, and so we're kind of starting out behind the curve. We've got to get these people trained and educated and up to speed so we can provide the public service that we should be providing. But I am excited about being able to do that, and move forward. I really feel like if we can implement a good training and development program, that we can start to train and develop these folks and really start to build a culture and environment to where even other people, throughout the industry are going to look to Denton CAD and want to come to work for us because it's going to be that type of place that they would like to come and work for. Again, I think overall this year we have started out in a much better place than we did last year. I am thankful that we were able to get the notices out earlier. But understanding the amount of value increase and the anticipated volume of protests, I do see, that it is going to be a challenge all the way to the end to get to be able to provide a certified role to the taxing units. And that's one question that I get asked, regularly. What I will tell you is that I'm going to be, upfront. I've already started the process on getting the communications out there, and I want to continue to communicate throughout this process to make sure that everyone has the information that they need, the data that they need, and getting closer to the end, we'll start working towards projecting out if we're going to make certification or not, and if we're not, I want to make sure that we're able to provide the most accurate certified estimate for the taxing units that we can. I really don't have a whole lot more to share with you guys right now. I do look forward to continuing to work with Paige, with Dr. Rapp, with Lewisville ISD, and the other entities. And, I'm here to serve you guys. My door, my phone, my email is open. I pride myself in being responsive, and, I will be as open and honest and upfront about anything and everything that I need to be with you guys through the process. And I'm open to any feedback, recommendations, and even criticism. So thank y'all for having me here tonight. And again, I'll turn it back over to Paige.
Thank you so much, Chief Appraiser Spencer. Well, and thank you for acknowledging those challenges that we have.
Ms. Maloney, real quick, let's go ahead and let them ask any questions they have before you head out, and then we'll switch to the rest of the
Yes,
topic.
yes. So thank you so much for coming, and I also just wanted to say, I know that Ms. Maloney has talked about how much she has worked with you and how you guys have developed a good relationship, and after last year, we're very thankful for that. Anybody down here? All right, Ms. Prosnick?
So, Don, I appreciate you and I chatted recently about, you told me that you didn't know if we would have certified values. I just guess I would like for you to put in your head that because we did not have certified values, it was a $13 million deficit for the district last year and how we budgeted. The other thing I would say is that you are budgeted for 40 members, you only have 29, but it's my understanding that you're not taking any more, there are no more applications to sit on those boards so that they could be fully staffed. Am I correct in that, or am I being misinformed?
We're still taking applications. Now, because hearings have really all but started, we're already having hearings on 2 days a week, on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Because the process has started, getting an ARB member in a seat now is extremely challenging. They have required state training that they have to go through, and that's only offered through a few avenues now. So it is a little more challenging to get more people added. We will still take applications, and we will still present those to the administrative law judge here in Denton County and ask for appointment. But ultimately, it would be up to the ARB chair at this point to sit those people on a panel.
I think, Dawn, that's just a little bit different than when you came and met with myself and Ms. Maloney, because obviously that's the information that I provided to the board, that really the time to advertise for ARB members would be, if we were to help in that process, would be August, because we are absolutely happy to send out advertisements for ARB members when my next communication goes out to the community. So we need definite clarity on if that is needing to go out now, because definitely I think we left that meeting with they wouldn't be able to be trained.
Absolutely, and so considering our main protest season is from May to July, but we're always going to have ARB going after that, and even into the fall and the early part of next year. So we're always taking applications. We always and unfortunately throughout the throughout the protest season, we will lose some ARB members off of the current sitting panels. So I don't discourage anyone from asking for people to apply for that. I just say that I don't have any kind of authority over those members being placed on an ARB member this summer from May to July to help with the big load that we have going on right now. That's really ultimately up. I I can ask and I can recommend to the ARB chair, hey, look, you need to open up some more panels. We have more applicants we're going to submit over, but I don't have any authority over him, unfortunately, so I can't force that issue with him.
I think I just wanted further clarification. So are you saying because the DCAT is understaffed, it's unlikely that we will get the certified values in time?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
Okay.
that is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I definitely understand your predicament with staffing, but it's, as Ms. Prosnick said, it's going to be dire for us. You said you were going to communicate with Ms. Maloney, so our request is also fully transparent communication, so that we know exactly what's going on all the time would be the request. Also, for next season, it's too late now, but the new website is helpful, but it doesn't describe the process in easy to understand terms.
Okay.
I think that if the community knew more of, if it was just a little bit easier to understand the process in more layman's terms and how people would read it, so that people would know what to expect while going in, that would also help the situation overall. It's not going to stop the protests,
Sure.
but it would make them understand how the process is done if it's explained a little bit differently.
I appreciate that, and we're always working to improve that, so that, I mean, because the website is a great tool to get information out there. People look at it, they use that, and so just like your comments and your feedback, we get some of the same feedback from property owners, and we do, constantly go in there and try to update some things, make some changes, make things more clear. To where we feel like, people can better understand the process, and it makes it a little easier for them. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the averaging, we did receive our April estimates as an entity on Friday, and the average increase in Denton County is right around 23%. April to April, our increase is 18%. Last year, April to April was about 16%. So we're going to be following this through protest season. The good news about the portal for DCAT is it goes back for the past 2 years, so we're going to track by week 21, 22, 23 to see where we are. And you'll be updated in weekly board notes in June at a budget work session / workshop, should we have that, and then again in August. So you'll be up. Oh, that's this. The 88th legislative session, we do have to expect more tax compression, and that's kind of frozen right now. No one's really talking about that as of late, so it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen if we're going to go with the Senate plan or the House plan. But we, under the current law, and haven't seen anything in the bills that would say we would do anything any different, the M&O tax rate is set by the Texas Education Agency in August, and our due date for submitting our values is August the 1st. So that's why it's very important to have for those certified values in July. We will be, if we are to have an estimate again, we will be budgeting very conservatively, assuming that most of the protests or all of the protests would be honored. So it's going to be another interesting summer on a lot of fronts for this. So what we wanted to do this evening is try to provide a 24 revenue projection with all of these challenges and unknowns related both to the taxable values and the legislative session that we're in. And I think that we're familiar with this slide. Nothing has really changed since our March projection for enrollment or ADA. Went ahead and left the T2 value there, knowing that that could change over time as we follow these values back down from, as properties or protests. The M&O tax rate, we're going with the assumptions of House Bill 100, and House Bill 100 in the runs that the legislators are sending us are assuming that you as a body would adopt the 6 golden penny for that. So part of the the funding that we're getting is dependent on local school boards raising the tax rate. Just need to get that out there. INS not going to be changing. We'll be able to, as Michael will come talk to us about in a little bit, we'll be able to continue with our wonderful debt management strategy. That will be good. And then what we're assuming in this forecast this evening is a possible legislative new funding of $22 million. And on a recapture district, that doesn't always come on the revenue side. That'll come on the expenditure side through recapture savings. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But we had some initial fiscal year 24 revenue assumptions in March. We had those increase to the golden penny yield from 98.56 to $1.26. Or I'm sorry, 126. We assumed the tax compression under the current law, of course, increased property values and increased investment income. That's looking like that could be even, we budgeted a little more this evening. And then that loss of the ESSER 3 offset of $7 million. Some new funding assumptions, and I say funding because it might not come on the revenue side, it could come on the expenditure side through a reduced recapture payment. With that $50 increase to the basic allotment, and actually it's a $90 the first year. That's a typo. I'm sorry. $90 to increase to the BA, plus some ADA to enrollment changes. We're looking and the transportation increases. We're looking at approximately $10 million. That's hard to estimate, especially when we don't have an enrollment factor in the funding template. That addition of the 6 golden tier 2 penny, that's assumed tonight at $8 million. You'll see that on the revenue side. And an assumption of about $4 million in new safety money, $4 to $5 million in new safety money. Again, hard to say because that hasn't gone all the way through. So our initial March estimated revenue was at $556 million. And this evening, with some of those changes that we were talking about, we're at 571, so an increase of about 15 million in revenue. On the expenditure side, again, when you start increasing that entitlement, raising the basic allotment, raising up those enrollment counts, on the ADA counts, your recapture is going to go down, and it dropped about 13 million on that. We infused the salary increases for the raises into the payroll, and then those anticipated increases in those other areas. We went ahead and for safety and security added, one of the bills, and we'll talk about this in the legislative update in a little bit, requires that we have an armed guard at every campus. So even though we would be getting revenue, you have expenditures that you have to put back in. And so some of the May 1 fiscal year 24 expenditure assumptions that we're going with this evening is that recapture decrease due to the increase in entitlement, the staff payroll increase of 14.9, increase of safety and security expenditures by $2 million added on to the 2.1 that we already had, that increase in the payroll fill rate to 98%, transferring the $4 million from the general fund salaries to IMA. I'm kind of iffy on that, but we've still got it in there. And then our inflationary costs for all our contract insurance and facility costs, and the increase to local leave days. So initially, with no raise, that March budget projection was projecting a $30 million, $31 million deficit. And today, with some of these things that we've plugged in, with including the raise, we'd be at about 22 million. So I will say this forecast is preliminary. There are many variables that are going to change in this legislative session, and we will monitor and report all summer until we get to that budget and tax rate adoption August 28th.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maloney. Go ahead.
Ms. Molly, when you say that includes raises, does that include all of the options that we have before us tonight when you gave that total?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I incorporated that into
All
that.
right, thank you.
Okay, everybody else good? If so, then we'll move on to your debt service update.
Thank you so much. Michael is here to talk about our refunding last week, and the agenda item has the chronology of our plan, and it's laid out, but Michael, if you'll come on up. But really what we're going to culminate this evening is we'll be bringing an action item at the end of at the close of the meeting today that's going to allow us to escrow securities to be purchased, and this year's debt management plan will be finalized, and he's going to talk a little bit about it. I have to say, though, in thinking about back to August, and I'm so proud of the committee that we formed last summer, and that we're here tonight finalizing this and having almost $14 million, we think, savings to the taxpayer. So we're real proud of that.
All right, I'm just going to start out by going over this long sheet here. It's got a lot of columns and pretty small numbers. Does everyone have that in front of them? Okay. So I'm just going to start out by going over the current refund and the tender refunding, and that's what we did last week successfully. And you can see in the very first column, it's the existing payments. It's what y'all's debt looks like right now. And then the current refund payments, that goes out to 2030. They're in the second column. And that's what's tied to the current refunding portion. If you go a little further over to the right, and you can see that debt service on the refunded payments was ending in 2030, and we shortened it to 2027 there. And so you guys have a shorter amortization there. And then if we go to the tendered payments, and that's the more tricky side of the refunding, it was a lot of work from the underwriters, lawyers, everyone involved, Ms. Maloney especially. But thankfully we were able to get it done. We had $22 million of tendered offers that were accepted, and that was about 58% that was offered, which is great. And you can see it's just that bullet maturity there in 2030. And the combine is in that far right. You can see 2023 unlimited tax refunding bonds in there. That's just combining the current refund and the tender refunding. And you can see that we go from existing payments of about a $1.5 billion to about $1.424 billion. And so you can see how it breaks out in the savings here: current refund savings, tender refund savings, defeasance, escrow savings, which is what I'm going to talk about later, for a total savings of about $77 million. But keep in mind, about $62 million is the district's own money that you're contributing for the defeasance and the escrow maturity. So the current refund and the tender refund resulted in about $3.3 million in net present value savings to the district, or 4.22%. And right now, we're estimating the net present value savings from the cash defeasance to escrow transaction to be about $7.2 million, or 11.45%. And so with the escrow, we've identified, it's going to be on the second page there, the 2014 Bs, the 2018, and the 2020 Bs. The 2014 Bs and 2018s are callable in August 2023. And so we're going to cash defease those. And then the 2020B, those have maturities in 2026 and 2027, so we're just going to escrow those to defeasance. Happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
This end? Oh, go ahead, Catherine.
I just wanted to say thank you for the work that was done in doing this. I think it's a real testimony to not only Ms. Maloney's work and your work, but also to the stewardship of this board in creating opportunities to save our taxpayers' money. And so thank you.
I want to reiterate the great job I'm playing whack-a-mole with this. You and I discussed how once you moved one piece, you had to move about 20 other pieces. So I want to thank you for that, and then I'm going to sound like a brokered record and say once again, when we get to control the tax rate, when we get to control the money, we do a better job than the state. And there's certainly current legislation that's on the table that would say that we couldn't do this deal here today, that we couldn't save the taxpayers this money, and they would handcuff us in such a way that I'll be blunt, would cost the taxpayer more money in the long run, and would not create the capacity that we have now to maintain our rate, for example, for next year. So whoever's listening out there, I'm just here to tell you, when you let your locally elected boards give guidance and governance to do this with the INS rate, this is the great result that you get. When you let the people down in Austin do it, I just don't have the same kind of confidence.
Go ahead, Ms. Hess.
Since we didn't get that 42%, only 58% of the tender, can we do that again later if market conditions would be amiable to it?
It's something that we could definitely look at, but right now we've had a tender agent that has reached out to those holders of the bonds, and right now at the moment the market's
It's not necessarily the best
yeah,
market.
these are a lot of property and casualty companies, and they really own these bonds mainly as a hedge for a lot of things, and
Right.
so they like to know certainty.
There's shenanigans at the moment, but when there's less shenanigans, if you would consider looking at it again to see if it might be feasible again in the future to get those additional ones we missed, that'd be great.
It depends on the amount, but yes.
Absolutely. Okay, thanks.
And I will say I was just talking to John and Michael today, we're already looking for next year, I think, our bonds that are callable, and hopefully we'll be able to put something together for next year.
Yeah, and that's one more thing I did forget to mention is that I just looked at that earlier, and you guys have about $60.5 million in callable bonds in 2024 with a coupon range of between 4% and 5%, which is a great target. We like to refund those bonds a lot with an 8/15/2024 call date. So we'll begin this process really soon to look at next year.
All right, thank you. Is that all? That's probably all you had. Yes. Okay. All right. Cool. Well, Mr. Kosh, you're up back there. Communities in School annual update.
I'd like to introduce Tasha Morse as she comes forward to give the Community and Schools update. I want to reiterate what a wonderful end-of-the-year banquet we had for Community and Schools last Friday. It's the Stay in School banquet Community and Schools puts on across for all of the school districts they serve, where they recognize the Educator of the Year, Student of the Year, and Volunteer of the Year. And very proudly, I'm able to say that our own Rachel Flanders, the principal at Harmon, was Educator of the Year. So we're very proud of our relationship with Community and Schools. Tasha and I go way back. She was my Community and Schools case manager at Lewisville High School many years ago, and her dedication to Lewisville Independent School District through Community and Schools is just wonderful. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tasha.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me come and share a little bit about the work that's happening on campuses with our site coordinators and staff. I'm going to try to maneuver. So if you're familiar with community schools, you know our mission is to surround students with the community and support to empower them to stay in school and achieve in life. Our ultimate goal is that our students that we work with improve in their academics, behavior, social service needs, and discipline, so that they are better equipped when they come to school, but then also fully engaged when they're in school, so that they grow, their families grow stronger, our communities grow stronger. We do this through our evidence-based model. It's a 3-tiered model of support that looks at both campus-wide improvement goals, so how do we support the whole school with wraparound supports, as well as providing intentional targeted supports for students who are considered most at risk of dropping out according to TEA's criteria. And those students are provided with what we call our Tier 2 and Tier 3 services. And that could be anything from supportive and guidance and counseling, connection to basic resources, college and career readiness. It kind of spans the gamut to make sure that every student has what they need to be successful. We're also monitoring that and working in partnership with our school and campus administration and teachers. We want to make sure that the services that we're providing are showing improvement along the way. So a quick look at last year's, so because we rotate on the school calendar, I have last year's end results and then a snapshot of where we're at right now. So we'll first look at last year's outcomes. When we look at our case management services, so those services that are provided during the school day, you can see that we served over 7,000 students. Just short of 2,000 of those received intensive case management services. The largest number of supports and services around supportive guidance and counseling as well in health and human services. What that translates to is we're still seeing more students coming in with mental health and wellness needs, so helping them to be equipped, helping them with their executive functioning skills. How do we teach and build up those skill sets, as well as do you have the resources that you need at home and when you come to school to be fully equipped and engaged. Like I mentioned earlier, we look at our outcomes. The 4 biggest outcomes that we look at are they staying in school? Are they promoting to the next grade level? Are we seeing marked improvement in their academics, attendance, behavior, and social service needs? And for those students who are eligible for graduation, did they graduate? So this is a look across the last 5 years, but as you can see, we have stayed fairly consistent and strong on showing improvement in all of those areas with a large number of our caseload students. We go ahead and look at where we're at this school year. So we're in 22 campuses this year, both in the Lewisville High School feeder pattern and the Colony High School feeder pattern. A new number to look at that we're trying to improve how we track and monitor is our whole school services. So those, again, are the Tier 1 services, whether that's done in collaboration and partnership with our school counselors and SAC counselors, whether it's around supporting Red Ribbon Week, Kindness Week. How do we dig into those activities that the campuses are already supporting and wanting to see improvement on, as well as last school year we opened what we call our nutrition hubs on every one of our campuses across communities and schools. And so it also means that every student has the ability to receive snacks, food on the weekends, access to school supplies, clothing, and hygiene items. And those are available to any student on campus. We also provide after-school services at 5 campuses in Lewisville. Currently, 4 of those are part of the 21st Century Centers for Education, Learning and Education Grant, or we call ACE. And then we have 1 after-school program that is a CIS after-school program at Hedrick Middle School. For our after-school programs, we provide 3 hours of service at DeLay Middle School and Hedrick Middle School. We've integrated some morning and some afternoon so that students have time for tutoring and academic support before school, as well as educational and enrichment opportunities after. It's 5 days a week for the whole school year. We provide, in partnership with LISD, busing and transportation for students home, as well as in partnership with Airmark, snacks and dinner, so that when students are in the program, they can come in, grab a snack, but also leave knowing that they have been fully fed. And then at our campuses, we'll enroll anywhere from 120 to 90 students, depending on the grade level. Part of the CIS model also includes what we would call our deepening services. And so that means, are we also providing beyond just the student in the building, but also support to the families, long-term mental health and wellness support, and then we integrate volunteers, AmeriCorps members, and interns. So we look at our family and engagement services. For over 1,600 students and families, they're receiving additional engagement opportunities, whether that's phone calls, home visits, opportunities to participate in family enrichment activities after school, as well as that translates to over 2,000 hours if just one person from each family attends. For mental health and wellness, specifically in Lewisville, we have mental health coordinators who are licensed mental health professionals with the state. We have one specifically assigned to Lewisville ISD. She receives referrals from our site coordinators. The site coordinator might say, this student just experienced a loss or death in the family. This student has been struggling with their emotions as they've moved on from 5th grade to 6th grade. And so they will come in and provide additional one-on-one support services. There have been 94 students who have received those services. Well above that have been referred, but we do still face some stigma and barriers from families committing to receive those services. But that's over 290 hours of service for mental health and wellness. And then part of our AmeriCorps internship program, we partner with local universities, the big 3, Texas Women's, UNT, and UTA. They provide social work and counseling students who are working alongside our site coordinators, and that allows us to leverage supports and services, making sure that we're reaching the whole school and all of our students well. Again, this is part of the whole model of CIS. It's not separated into different pieces, but it is everything that comes with the program. And then lastly, we have volunteers. In Lewisville, this year, currently, there's about 322 volunteers who are mentoring, academic tutors, reading buddies, event coordinating and volunteering, providing those hours of support. It also includes Food for Kids volunteers who come in and help us to deliver food, deliver the items to the classrooms at the end of each week. And this is just a great success story. It comes from the Colony High School, and it's just about the collaboration and support that the site coordinator and the mental health coordinator and the campus did to make sure that that student can come in fully equipped, able to face challenges, but be ready to learn in the classroom. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much. Anybody have a comment or question? Okay.
I just wanted to say I'm so grateful for this long-standing partnership, and I think it goes back to everything that we say. We hear a lot, again, in the community, get back to the basics, but what about the kids that need more than the basic? And I think the slides that you presented really shows the impact that these services have made in the lives of the kids who needed it most. And what I was really appreciative about is if you have kids missing school or kids that need extra support for whatever reason, or kids that need a meal after school or transportation, that at the end of the day you're looking at success in the graduation rate. And I think that that's important. And so I just wanted to say thank God we're not just basics, and that we're providing for all of our kids and meeting them where they are. So just thank you for that.
Catherine?
I just want to say thank you. I love your tagline, all in for kids, and that's really what it's about, is all in for kids. But I know that there's some that maybe aren't all in sometimes. How many kids do you have in your program that could use a mentor right now?
The quickest math would be if we have 22 campuses in Lewisville ISD, and our high schools serve a little bit less, but on average they serve 100 students, so you're talking 2,200 students. Did I do my math right? My background is in social work. I'm so sorry if my math is wrong. But every one of those kids needs and deserves a mentor, another adult. So we're a little under 2,000 short, if I'm honest.
And what's the commitment? Because I commit when my mentee is available. She's had a crazy schedule this year. But an hour and a half, maybe a week. And I will tell you, without a doubt, I know that if CIS&T was not in her life, she probably would not have made it past 9th grade.
Yeah.
Because she has very little support at home. And so I just implore everybody who's listening that if you have an hour and a half of your week to become a mentor, to reach out and call you.
I don't even think it's an hour and a half. I think it's like 30 minutes.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can do, depending on what you have
Yeah.
available, we can find, I'm sure you could find a place for.
Oh, I can find lots of places.
Great. Thank
But
you.
yeah, 30, 45 minutes, come have lunch.
Well,
That's what
thank
they
you,
need.
because I always say, I always feel like I'm walking in there and I'm going to do good, and when I walk out, the blessing has been all mine. So, thank you for giving us that opportunity. But please, friends listening, please join me. Come join me.
Ms. Prosnick?
I would concur. I say what my father said to me many times, and that is you can never have too many cheerleaders in your life. So go be a cheerleader for a kid. I have a question that I do not expect an answer to, that if you could get back to me, it would be appreciated. I'm just curious at what level does your data show that Communities in Schools has the greatest impact? Is it elementary? Is it middle? Or is it high school? And once again, that is not a question it's just, I would be very curious, because as we look, hopefully, I know it won't be next year, but in the future, to expand Communities in Schools, I would really be interested in at what level it has what you see with your data, it has the greater impact, to start there, not necessarily always start at one end or another. So I really appreciate the work you do.
I can definitely get those numbers and impact.
Okay. Miss, you gonna say something?
I think so. Well, first of all, thank you for being here this evening, and just echo the words of thanks for Communities in Schools and the great partnership. And I want to say thank you to our board, because several of you either are currently mentoring or have mentored in the past, and it does make a huge difference in the life of a child. And, as we look at our revenue situation, and we're going to talk about the legislative update here in just a second, what a great opportunity for a sponsorship for someone to pick up our funding for Communities in Schools. What a great innovative way to help us expand our partnership with Communities in Schools. And I'm thankful for Mr. Kosh sitting on the board. I'm proud to sit on the board of Communities in Schools myself, but we just really appreciate your work. And if anybody's out there looking for a great program to invest in and help us expand, this would be a good one.
I love it. Great idea. I was going to say the same things that Ms. Sells, 322 mentors. Golly, we can do better than that, y'all. Okay. All right. Thanks for being here. All right. You're up, Dr. Rapp.
Okay, so let's do a little legislative session update. Of course, we're doing these every time because it's moving quickly. Ms. Gall's coming up. She's going to do part of this, and Ms. Maloney as well, and myself. I just thought it'd be important to do a quick recap. We've got on our website all the ways that we have communicated with our elected officials this season. This is just the current running list between the letters that we have sent as a body, along with my newsletters, and we sent one out last week. I provided that to you as well. I'm very thankful for the staff that are helping contribute to all those newsletters. In addition, I am still texting with our elected officials regularly also. We've got some important visits to the Capitol that we've made, and one coming up. So February 27th, we've talked about PTA Rally Day. That's featured on the front of the Loop magazine that's out there. We have participated in Denton County Days, and then I'm taking 10 LISD Teachers of the Year with me down to the Capitol on May the 4th to talk to our elected officials. May the 4th be with us, yes. And then last day for the House committees to report out on House bills is May the 8th. The last day for the House to consider House bills on their third reading would be May 12th. The last day for chambers to pass the bills, except for what they would have to concur or get in conference on, is May 24th. And the last day of the regular session is May 29th. Oh,
the basic allotment is
and we're gonna watch this video.
Funding amount set by our legislators and serves as the primary building block of our school finance formulas. It is a completely arbitrary number, created by lawmakers, and is not based on identifiable costs, nor is it adjusted regularly. It ultimately determines a school district's entitlement based on the number of students it serves, or how much money the state allows us to collect per student through property taxes. In property-wealthy school districts, such as Lewisville ISD, the amount of property taxes collected exceeds student entitlement. Those excess funds are paid back to the state in the form of recapture. In non-recapture school districts, property taxes do not cover the student entitlement. Therefore, the state makes up the difference. On average, it costs approximately $10,000 to educate a student in Texas, while the basic allotment districts receive per student has stagnated at $6,160, and the gap continues to widen. After the legislature took no action to adjust the basic allotment in 2021, our schools have now gone 4 years amidst soaring inflation rates with no increase. If the legislature adjusted the basic allotment for inflation annually using the Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index, the basic allotment per student would have been $7,075 for 2022. For every $100 added to the basic allotment, our district's recapture payment would be reduced by nearly $6 million. In LISD, we are not advocating for a complete elimination of recapture, rather an increase in the basic allotment to benefit all Texas public schools. And that's Basic Allotment Unwrapped.
So this continues our series of educating our community and our staff on what we face from a financial perspective. This video went live in my last newsletter that went out, and we played it to the One Vision Task Force. We've played it to every committee we've met with, from key communicators to brand ambassadors. We are definitely raising up an army here in Lewisville ISD to understand what we face financially and why the basic allotment needs to be adjusted. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Maloney to talk about House Bill 100 and the dollar amounts with that.
Yes, and we've kind of already discussed that this evening. You have the correct amount there for fiscal year 24, a $90 increase to the basic allotment with some of those other variables in the entitlement. So that would be about $10 million for us. And then, of course, that assumption for the sixth golden penny with unanimous board approval would bring about $8 million for the school district. I want to talk a little bit about some of the amendments of interest. The author of the bill is Representative King. One is a small and mid-size allotment multipliers, so that wouldn't apply to us, but you have some special education transportation allotment increases of 13 cents above the regular $1.54 mile. So both of those allotments for both regular and SPED would go up. It moves some SPED funding to enrollment-based funding and then creates some enrollment-based CTE, FTEs for funding as well. Some other amendments for House Bill 100. One is an early repayment of recapture of, you would get a credit of 4% savings, but right now the pools are sitting at almost 5%, so we would have to weigh that at game time if we would, invest the money or pay it off early. So I think I saw a laugh over there. I also think that's pretty funny. These are interesting in talking about property values. We have the 3 districts here in Denton County who have failed the property value study 2 times in a row. And they're looking at if they fail the property value study again, they would have to be assigned state values. So this amendment says eliminate using comptroller's PVS values in the calculation of state aid. But I don't like the fact that the commissioner would determine the property values using the local value, recognizing only those exemptions allowed under the government code. I would want more control here in the district for that. And then this one is for those districts that have failed, a grant program for districts that failed the property value study in 22 and 23 tax years. So it looks like that they would provide some relief if that were to happen to some of those school districts. And then provide for the PVS to certify local value if the district failed due to the map review of the appraisal district. It's pretty hard to fail the map review. It's a check in the box type thing. It comes on the opposite years of the property value study, so not really sure where that's coming from. But those are some amendments of interest. And then we've talked a little bit about some of the safety bills. House Bill 3 requires at least one armed security officer at each campus. Both 13 and 3 have $100 per student, so that'd be about $4.1 million for LISD. With what we currently have at our secondary campuses and what we would have to provide at elementary, we would be over that $5 million for that funding. So, and lastly, we added the House Bill 2857 is a bill related to THC. The bill would make possession or use of THC in a vapor cart no longer mandatory expulsion or even mandatory DAP if the amount was less than a gram. So we added that late today.
Okay, and a couple of bills related to curriculum instruction, although there are many. The first one we wanted to make sure you were informed about is 1416 with the companion bill 1261. As you recall, House Bill 4545 required a lot of instructional remediation, accelerated instruction for students who failed all portions of tests or EOCs. This is considered the cleanup bill. It is still an unfunded mandate, although as long as you receive comp ed funds, you're required to continue the accelerated instruction. Some of the benefits that we're seeing right now, the wording is somewhat confusing, but I think it's an effort to reduce from 30 to 15 hours to be provided to each student. And then it does allow for a maximum of 5 students in the elementary grades instead of 3 in a group, and then up to 10 if you're in 9th grade and above. So that would assist us. However, there's still barriers. There are now including transportation is required, and of course, without receiving funding, that would be a difficult barrier. There's some confusing language between these two bills about which subjects it applies to. The hope is math and reading, but they're definitely needing to work on some of that. And of course, the commissioner will establish the rules, which in the last FAQ that became very, very lengthy, so it will depend on how he interprets that. And then there is some interesting language that requires an average of 30 hours per student based across the district, which could cause more hours for one student if another student is deemed to only need 15. Moving to House Bill 1605, which is about instructional materials allotment and curriculum. This is actually coming with a fiscal note of $843 million. It would potentially require some contract language for our teachers, just because it does address planning and instructional time and what they can use their time for. It does expand the scope of TA and the review of their curriculum materials and the materials we use. It does state that districts must make instructional materials available through a parent portal 30 days prior to the first day of this upcoming school year. And that should include for the entire year so that parents can see everything for the whole year. And then they do use the term with fidelity quite frequently, which does lead itself to teachers needing to have scripted instruction in order for it to be considered with fidelity based on SBOE and the commissioner. There is new language about challenges to instructional materials review, which would have an impact, of course, on the board. And then it expand the scope of TA and the development of their open ed resources, and requires districts to submit a plan for the materials that you'll be using. The funding of the open ed resources is at $40 per student, but like I said, we feel like there will be an impact to the general amount that we are being given when it comes to instructional materials allotment.
So with the fiscal note on this one at $843 million, that's money they could just put back in the basic allotment and not worry about this bill in general. Messaging that schools are getting is ultimately that we're giving you full funding. And I want to just give a couple of examples where that narrative that billions of dollars are being poured into public education is actually not quite accurate. When you think about the safety legislation, our projected funding is $4 million. We currently spend $2.5 million on the SROs we have at middle and high schools. If you have to have a new spend on an armed security person, we estimate that at $3 million. So that would cost us $5.5 million. They're going to give us $4 million. So right there, that's already underfunded. You know, and this $90 increase to the basic allotment, which we've already said is grossly under what is necessary, just if you think about dealing with inflation. You know, as I said to the One Vision task force, as we were educating them on finances, we'll try not to spend all that $90 in one place too quickly. You know, roughly that would only allow maybe a teacher to get about $80 more in their pocket with a $90 increase to the basic allotment. So, you know, the House was given with appropriations. They were provided $4.5 billion to the House Public Education Committee to allocate, which is far less than what's needed. And of course, the Senate has not even put an increase to the basic allotment. They put their focus on things like vouchers and teacher incentive allotment. And we know they started out with a $8,000 statement on vouchers, educational savings accounts. So we just did some math this morning. When you think about the fact that they have a $32 billion surplus, and $2.4 billion of that is recapture dollars, a $4.5 billion investment really is not that much more beyond what they already collected in recapture. So it would take about $9 billion across the biennium, so about double what they're putting forward in order to come close to actually having a narrative that says they've invested money to fund public education. You know, and I just would say today was May Day, and I shared this all with you as well. We joined with 17 other DFW school districts, and there were other districts around the state of Texas that have absolutely declared a state of emergency when it comes to funding for public education. We shared that with all of our community. We shared that with all of our staff, and I already did start getting emails back from community members that they were going to make calls. I know our Council of PTAs has worked to share action alerts. This narrative that there is full funding for public education is not accurate. There is not full funding, and I will continue to tell that story until the session is done. And we will talk about that with our elected officials when we get down there on May the 4th. I know that the interim already we're thinking about will be important, and that so many decisions are made in the interim time period on legislation that is going to come forward. So we have a lot of work to do with our elected officials in the interim after this session is over as well. And I'll stop there and be happy to take any questions.
I don't think I've ever seen Dr. Lori Rapp be so fired up about anything as whenever she gets talking about this stuff.
It really, I said this to the One Vision Task Force, well, I've said it multiple times. I don't get angry very easily. But when you don't fund the future of our state, which is our children, and you say that school choice is needed because public schools are failing, and the narrative that public schools are failing is based on standardized tests, which are a flawed premise in the first place, and we know that public schools have not been funded at the level they need in order to address the needs of kids, then that is a false narrative, and that is not okay, and we cannot let that stand. And yes, it does get me fired up on behalf of children.
Very well said. Anybody else have any? I'm not. Okay. Dr. Bonner.
Dr. Rep, I appreciate the last bullet on there and think that Lewisville ISD has done a great job on legislative requests. I think we need to alter our time frame. Anyway, we need to back up our train 6 months, right? And start being hyper aggressive before that, as you note. All the things we've been doing, we need to back it up about 6 months, because that's where the rubber meets the road, right?
Ms. Hassett?
Totally concur with the said sentiment. I also would encourage anybody that if they want to listen to the dialogue of House Bill 100 and the tone of which the legislators are discussing our public schools, it's currently uploaded onto the Texas TLO website. I can find it. If you email my address, I'll find the spot and you can listen, just so you can understand the tone of which they talk about public education. Also, I wanted to see if, could you give a little bit more input on 1605 and your concerns with the TEA's new curriculum review, as well as open resources, and what it could really mean for our classroom teachers and why they should be interested in following this bill.
Well, it has the potential to require much more strict processes in order to have instructional materials be used in the classroom. And with the vetting process that they're recommending, it gives TEA more leverage than just the SBOE adoption process that's been in place for years. It also comes with repercussions for not utilizing things that have been approved, vetted, and gone through the newer process that they're recommending. So it really can restrict teacher creativity and teacher decision-making for their students.
So in an environment where teachers are already stressed and frustrated with the state mandates that are coming down, and possibly some of the district ones that we're handing down as well, this bill could drastically affect teachers and their professionalism within the classroom.
Including the districts and the curriculum writers that put in hours upon hours to recommend the resources within our curriculum if we are required to only use open educational resources, because that's all that will be funded.
And that means the appointed head of the state agency would not only control curriculum but also testing.
and is recommending that they would also approve all of ours in a timely manner, which we all know would not be possible.
And the size and sexes.
Yes.
So if everybody's paying attention, this is very important.
They should pay attention, yes. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Sills.
Do we know if the funding that they're proposing giving us will raise us across the board in the nation? As will we increase from, what are we, 42nd?
44th.
44th
You know,
in the
I don't
nation?
know where that would put us. Probably not
Okay, and I'm going to say it
very
again.
much higher than that.
They won't fund us, and yet they declare we're failing. And I see a wide disconnect in their ownership and their duty in what they're saying. You have caused what you declare is happening. You are the cause, and I will say it again, that I believe recapture is the greatest fraud in our state. And the sadness of that is that fraud has occurred at the expense of our children. And so, once again, shame on you. When you can't see that connect, it's as akin to me blaming that door if I was to run into it. It just befuddles my mind that they don't see their hypocrisy. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, I think we could go on for a while with this one, but call your legislators. Thank you. All right, now Ms. Bay has some board policy revisions for us.
Thank you, Vice President Lasan, board members, Dr. Rapp. Included in your board book, you have proposed revisions to board policy C and B, local. This will give the superintendent the ability to approve for limited safety and security personnel, the ability to take district vehicles home for district business. You'll also see the attached proposed administrative regulation, which has a lot more of the specific rules regarding that policy. And Matt Garrett is here if you have any specifics about how the policy will be used.
Okay, I believe we've gotten some updates on this before, so everybody good with this? Okay. All right, moving on. Finance report continued with Ms. Maloney.
Thank you, Vice President Lasan, Dr. Rapp, members of the board. Mr. Fide is making his way up to the podium where he will have A, B, C, D, and E.
All right. Good evening, Vice President Lasan, Dr. Rapp, and the board. So I'll try to simplify a little bit. My first three items tonight are all discussing GMPs for summer projects. All three of these GMPs have the following items in common. So Glidden Industries is the construction manager at risk. The guaranteed maximum price process was presented to the board at the February 12th, 2018 meeting. These projects have all been advertised and bid out to subcontractors by Glidden Industries, and those bids have been evaluated and scoped, and a GMP has been developed for each one. All three of these GMPs will be presented as a consent item for approval on the May 15th meeting. The funding source for all three of these projects is land sale proceeds, and the procurement complies with Section 2269 of the Government Code. So now getting into a little bit more specifics on each one, and I'll give an opportunity for questions at the end of each. So the very first project is for changing the basketball goals at Flower Mound, Lewisville, and Marcus High School multipurpose facilities to overhead. There's actually 8 goals associated with that project, as well as cheer locker room renovations at Flower Mound and Hebron High School. That project was designed by Stantec, and the total GMP for this project is $1,375,275. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on that item.
Why don't you just go through the
Okay.
summer projects, and then we'll see if anybody has questions of the summer project.
Perfect. Okay. So the second project is the Student Success Center parking lot renovations designed by Huckabee. This project adds a new parking lot to the southwest corner of the site, basically wraps around that existing playground. It also includes fencing and gates for safety and the relocation of swings to another portion of the site. The total site parking count, including ADA accessible spaces, it takes it from 45 spaces to 86, so almost doubling that amount. It will provide much-needed relief for faculty and staff and get a lot of those cars off of the neighborhood streets there onto our site. The GMP for this project is $854,934.37. And then the third project is the guaranteed maximum price for the Lewisville High School auditorium sound booth enclosure designed by Huckabee. This project simply provides an enclosure around the existing sound booth at the Lewisville High School auditorium for safety and security needs. The guaranteed maximum price for this project is $198,927.57. This GMP, this one GMP is over the original estimated amount that we brought to the board. Makes the overall project over budget by approximately $60,000. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of those three items.
And these were the results of your walks of the schools, right? Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Randy? Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that we are confident that this can all get completed over the summer and that we won't be sitting here in August and
Right.
you telling me that I've got supply chain issues on concrete or something.
No, so the only item that may not be here is the new lockers for the cheer locker rooms, and so our plan is to leave the existing in place till the new ones show up, so they will have something to use. And then we are going to salvage those existing lockers as well. We talked with Dr. Rapp about some potential locations to put those. So right now, Glyden is only concerned about lockers getting here in the summer time frame. So.
All right, go ahead.
Did have one, just on the student success. All that's going to be done over the summer, we're not doing anything in that campus on the summer, and we have areas for the workers to park, and we've notified the people that live around there, because I've driven that and I've walked that neighborhood because it was so disturbing to me, the distance that the cars went down into the neighborhood. Had I been a neighbor, I might have been really upset. And so I just, their concerns to me when I was walking, and some of them came and asked what I was doing, as they should have. I told them what I just wanted to see the impact in their community. I kind of told them that you all would communicate with them, so please do that.
We will. So that's still.
Don't make me lie.
No problem. So that is still a piece we need to do, is reach out to the neighborhood. As far as your first question, yes, we feel very confident that we can get this work done over the summer, and it really needs to for that campus. I mean, we really need to get all this construction completed. And so obviously the spaces in the front that the staff uses now will be where the construction workers park. But I'll get with communications and we'll work on an effective approach to reach out to the neighbors.
And just then to protect LISD, we are going to have signage up there because there is a shortage of parking in that whole area. And then we have some minor apartment complexes around there. Just want to make sure that then those spaces are used for proper usage during the school day.
Yes, I think that'll be something. It's like I mentioned, we'll have fencing and gates actually. So part of the, I mentioned this parking lot kind of wraps around the playground. And so really the idea is we close those gates off, and that way students can go and access the playground. It's not going to be cars kind of going in and out throughout the day, right? So staff comes, they park their cars, they go inside the building, and then we kind of lock that site down, so to speak. So. Sure.
Okay, go on to D and E, or D and then E, or whatever.
All right, so the next item is for a change order to the contract for the Colony High School multi-purpose facility football press box and fiber installation project. So Huckabee is the architect and Pogue is the construction manager at risk on that project that's currently under construction, as you know. During the planning for the upcoming potential bond package, 2 items were identified by the facilities assessment document. The first was the home side concession building. So not only is it in dire need of a new roof, new HVAC, it's a portable building, and really that entire building needs to be replaced with a permanent structure. It's not in good shape at all. The other item identified in the assessment was the stadium restroom buildings. They're all due for a 20-year life cycle maintenance and repair project, and we had previously discussed this with the board, that doing these projects now during the current construction just makes a lot of sense. It'll save us money on inflation by not having to do it later. It also takes some of that potential burden out of the next bond. And so there's a lot of efficiencies also gained by just having the current architect and contractor get started on that while they're there now, just general conditions wise. So the cost to add this scope of work to the current project is an additional $2,714,000. This includes the change order needed for Pogue as well as the design and soft cost fees associated. So there's some design fees and whatnot associated. The proposed funding source for this is land sale proceeds. And again, this item will be presented as a consent item on May 15th. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on this one.
Question on the, I guess I'm trying to understand it's because there was something additional needed that was found out later after we approved the initial GMP.
Yes, ma'am. This actually has nothing to do with the 2017 project. It's just, we're
Gotcha.
there. We're there. We've got a contractor on site.
And you've identified some other needs and taken
Yes,
care of it now.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the funding does not come out, it comes out of not our deficit that we're projecting, but out of the land sale
Yes, ma'am.
proceeds.
Correct.
Okay.
Land sale proceeds that have to be used for capital projects such as this. So, yeah, if we didn't do this project now, I would be looking to put this in the next bond package. So we know we would just be addressing it later, and it would cost more money then. So.
Ultimately, came up again when we had that Saturday workshop, and we're looking at the needs on that Saturday and just really talking through, going ahead and looking at the pricing and bringing this forward. So, yeah, thank you.
Sure. Okay, so my final discussion item tonight relates to the LHS auditorium sound booth enclosure that I spoke about a few moments ago. While working on that project, we were asked to look into one additional item. It was a concern brought up by the campus and the Fine Arts Department. The request was to relocate a rack of sound equipment that's currently up in the mezzanine. You have to access that from a ladder that gets to the catwalk. That equipment's currently up there. They really want to bring that down to the floor level, and so we're looking to relocate that sound equipment to the back of the stage on the floor level. It's really considered a safety issue because when something happens during an event, obviously the lighting is low and you've got students kind of going and trying to climb up and down the ladder in a hurry trying to fix a sound issue. So this allows the person at the back of the stage that's already there with the existing equipment to be able to troubleshoot from there, so without having to climb up and down the ladder. So Huckabee did add this to the plans as an alternate. Glyden did bid this as an alternate to their project. We only got one bid from one AV subcontractor on that project, and their price came in at an additional $86,000 over that base bid that you heard about a minute ago. So after that, we reached out to Infinity Sound, who is a current buy board awarded JOC vendor. They also happen to be the company that installed this equipment in 2017. They know a lot about the equipment. We asked them for some pricing on this just to kind of get a second opinion. Their quote for this work came in at $33,730. And so we would recommend moving forward with that and carrying probably a 10% contingency just to allow for any unforeseen conditions there. This would be utilizing the JOC delivery method as opposed to CMAR. That method was previously approved for use by the board on June 7th, 2021 meeting. And we will bring this item back on May 15th as a consent item as well. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions on this one.
Well, yes, I mean, this whole walking up the ladder business.
I'm asking if this would have been Sam.
Well, and I've actually had a
I don't know
child
really yet.
that's walked up that ladder as she did the theater camps there and had to walk up that ladder, and I didn't even know that ladder was there, to tell you the truth. But my concern is, how old is the equipment that is up there? And are we taking any risk in moving it and damaging? Are we going to be looking at replacing anything once it's been moved? Is how fragile is it?
Sure. So the good news here, so the equipment was put in 2017, so it's not that old. The good news here is this company, Infinity Sound, they know very well how to work with this equipment. It'll be handled very similar to kind of relocating. This looks a lot like a server rack, right? So like Brian's in server rooms. And so they will just disconnect all the wiring from the back. They'll take everything down carefully, install it. So we're not anticipating having to purchase any new equipment. We're just relocating. And obviously there'll be some rerouting of wires just to get them down to the new termination point. But yes, ma'am, I'm certain they will take extra care in moving this equipment.
My only question is you did not include this in summer projects, so.
So it is, the reason I kind of pulled this aside is it's a different delivery method, and so I just wanted to kind of point that out, that, you know, we're trying to use buy board just to go quickly. They've said this should only take a couple of weeks to do, so we just wanted to bring it forward and see for approval.
But it also, once again, would be ready to go in August.
Yes, ma'am.
Great.
Excellent. All right. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Randy. I guess we're back to you,
Thank you.
Paige.
I'm going to call up Kim and Mr. Turner to report on the amendment to the RFP for the food service management company.
Good evening, Ms. Lasan, Dr. Rapp, members of the board. We appreciate your time on this item tonight. We have a bit of an unusual amendment to the RFP to bring to you guys, and I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Kim Stafford, our LISD Child Nutrition Program Administrator, to walk you through that.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting us come here to talk this item over. I wanted to start out with a couple of background notes, just as a reminder. As you all know, TDA does have an expectation of us to operate as a break-even fund for child nutrition, and this is a first year of a new type of contract as a fixed mill rate contract. So, coming to current year, TDA has approved a couple of items that are actually out of the ordinary for them. The first is they provided some additional funding this year through a Keep Kids Fed Act, and then have given us an opportunity to apply for a supply chain assistance grant. So both of those are put in place to allow us to absorb some of the inflation costs, especially through food. The second is geared only towards food, and that is the only way you can actually use those funds. So the second and very out of ordinary item that TDA has done this year has allowed the proposed amendment that we're talking about tonight to the current contract. So this includes a retroactive payment of up to 7.56% for the current fixed meal rate per meal that we pay for our FSMC contract. So this will be in addition to what we have paid. And they're allowing a retroactive payment up to August of 2022. Again, our current contract being a fixed mill rate contract, we are not able to pay anything outside of that rate per meal, but this does allow us to go ahead and pay a little bit to that FSMC, about $820,000 in addition, because I think TDA has really recognized, along with everybody, what we're going through with the current inflation costs. So what does this do for us here at Lewisville? The child nutrition program, it'll allow us to get a little bit closer to that break-even point by providing an avenue to apply these funds that we were not available to apply before. And then it also allows us to reinvest in our program through guaranteed increased quality for our students, both this year and next. We've been in close contact with our FSMC, talked to them very frequently, as you know. They're very involved in the district, very aware of our expectations around continued food quality and continued innovation, and this will just help guarantee that that'll be in effect for our students this year remaining, and then next year moving forward. So this topic you'll see again as a consent item on May 15th, and we'll take any questions at this time. Go ahead.
Is this in addition to our already plan to spend down the child nutrition fund balance? So is this we had a plan.
Yes.
So is this in addition to, and how does that alter the plan?
This is in addition to, so this will help spend down that balance even further.
It really doesn't impact the plan. The plan was approved primarily around the equipment purchases and those sorts of things that we shared with y'all previously. Some of the operational pieces that we had identified, both the wage increases that you guys have approved and things such as that, they said those are certainly beneficial, but they didn't approve that as part of the plan per se, and so that's not tied to the timeline either. All of those things are factors that will start to help us, bring back to that break-even point. What we're really looking at in this particular instance is we've had an increase in revenue, and then, for a while there, we were not having some of the same expenditures due to wages and things such as that. But we're starting to see those things over time come closer together. But in particular, this is really what we're bringing is an opportunity to reinvest into the program to benefit kids. We think that this will improve our menu choices in ways that previously we could go address through the pass-through of a cost reimbursable. This way we can apply that and say, we want to make sure that they don't run out of food. We want to make sure that they keep those high-quality choices that we've known, come to expect and that sort of thing.
And we had not been eligible for the supply chain until this round, and so that's part of that too.
So how does this affect the timeline? That's kind of where I'm getting at. So how does this affect the timeline going forward? Since this is additional, right? So it spends it down, which is what we want to do.
It'll help accelerate that timeline slightly. It'll be, I think we're looking at probably a 2-year before we actually get it spent down approximately, but it'll help take a chunk. About 411,000 would be applied towards the excess fund balance.
Ms. Hassett?
Ms. Maloney, does this mean that someone at the state has understood that there's inflationary costs? I just
Yes. And then part of this is new money. I mean, it's money we never had before. And only food is the only eligible item. So,
Ms. Taylor?
I just had a quick comment because anybody that knows my child knows that she is all about the food. She will be happy to learn that there's an increase in food offerings, the choices. So.
I was about to say the same thing. My son will enjoy the different meal choices. Enhanced meal choices, I think was what you said, something like that.
Yes. This will just provide them with some of the much needed relief to continue what they're doing, and to help them, increase and innovate every year. So I think next year we'll have some good things to look forward to thanks to this.
Fantastic. Thank you. All right, let's move on to your budget projection update.
yes, tonight we wanted to bring you April projections for revenue and April projections for expenditure on this year's budget, the fiscal year 23 general operating budget only. So let's look at revenue first. We are anticipating local revenue to fall short about 5.9. Most of that is in the tax collections, as we mentioned previously, and interest earnings is up and could probably even exceed that, really saving us, or the interest earnings. I'm looking forward to that for next year as well. On the state side, we've already discussed that TRS on behalf, but we know on the expenditure side, that's a complete wash. So for the loss here, you're going to see the savings on the other side. And so that is the story of the state revenue. And then in our federal revenue, we are short. We are appealing right now our SHARS cost report from fiscal year 21. They did not give us credit for our transportation report, but Ms. Talbert in special education is working with Amber in finance, and we are filing an appeal, and we think that we will have that resolved to get that $2.6 million back, and then watching our impact aid very, very closely. So a revenue shortfall of about $19 million, most of it, over half of it being that property tax collection shortfall. So, in looking at expenditures, oh shoot, I went crazy there, didn't I? On the expenditure side, I thought I had one more slide there, but I guess I don't. No. You have the adopted budget over in the left-hand column, what we had in March, and then what we're looking at all the way to the May difference is the difference between adopted and the May projected expenditures. And what we really tried to do here, first of all, the big old red $8.9 million shortfall, our recapture payment is up to $63 million now after the fifth 6 weeks audit over these 2 6 weeks in the spring. So we have this issue with the recapture payment and then the savings all the way across. And what she did, we've been trying really, really hard at the central office to make administrative cuts. And so she totaled all of that for May and then took out the $9 million that we feel like that we're going to get back. And so we're going to get some savings there. And I mean, it has been a challenge. We've worked with our staff here at central office, but we want to show that those efforts are going to make a difference. Because in the middle, is our expected deficit compared to our budget, adopted budget with those cuts. And then if we weren't doing that, because of that elevated recapture payment, we'd be looking at a much larger deficit. So I want to praise the staff. Dr. Rapp, do you want to say anything about that other than good job? So what I like to show here is, even a couple more million in savings, and we meet our fund balance requirement for this school year. So, we're going to continue to work very hard, close out our fiscal year expenses, keep tracking attendance and finalize revenue adjustments in July, and continue to work with central office staff to identify any possible savings that we can. So possibly we could come in where we need to. And then we know we'll be forming that CE local committee for our fund balance policy over the summer.
All right. Thank you.
Quick
All
question.
right. Go ahead, Betty.
Paige, remind me when ESSER runs out. We've got one more year, correct? Runs out at the exhaustion of the 24 year.
No, fiscal year 23.
This is it.
This is the last.
Done. Good. And I'll put lipstick on a pig here at the end. How about that? Adopted budget for 23 had $570 million in revenue, right? And then the May projected expenditures was 568. That's pretty darn close. So I know that's not reality, but if our revenue projections had come in, would have been okay. Would have been okay. So I think we're on the right track. We just need to continue to be judicious penny pinchers, I guess. So thank you very much.
Go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
One quick question for clarification. Dr. Rapp, you had mentioned in a previous meeting that there was, I don't want to say a mandate, but I don't know how else to put it, was it 15% cost cutting around the non-payroll? Does this do the administrative cuts reflect that?
So for fiscal year 24,
Okay.
the goal is that 15%.
Gotcha.
These administrative non-payroll reductions that Ms. Maloney gave such thanks to the team for, that is making just real-time adjustments right now because of that increase in that recapture payment.
Okay. I just want to applaud your staff, you and your staff as well, for those cuts.
All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Maloney, your last one.
Okay. The consent agenda preview. So you'll be getting your agenda this week, and so these are your cliff notes when you go to look at the consent agenda. The first one is the new bid for our depository services. First time we've had to do this in 8 years. Amber, myself, and two members of the other members of the finance team served on that committee. And it has to go, that bid has to go to every bank in our boundary, so that's 137 banks. And so we'll be bringing that back to you in consent. For the facilities maintenance, repair, et cetera, this is the ability to buy products as needed for this category so that the district is able to achieve best value. For our safety and security vehicles, the department has went out and requested for quotes from multiple co-ops for 2 SUVs and got the best value there for those 2 SUVs. For the increase to the Tech East Edition project budget, inflation has caused increases in the original Tech East project budget for the bonds. Of course, the GMP has to be brought back for final approval when we get closer to time on that. And then when we look in our annual purchases category, this evening you heard the communities and schools in the discussion item this evening that Mr. Kosh brought forward that serves 22 of our campuses here in the district. The cell tower amendment at Lewisville ISD at LISDAC is a cleaning up of meets and bounds of a prior approval. When a new survey was conducted for the backup generator, it was determined that the legal meets and bounds was incorrect. Of course, there is no cost to the district for this codifying the correction. The renewal of AVID to serve our at-risk students is coming, so that's a renewal. The renewal for stage and theater supplies is additional ability to buy products and services in this category to achieve the best value for the district. Our custodial contract is the annual renewal for that. The agreement does not have an annual CPI increase, but does have a 3% increase to price for square footage. which would cover a combination of supplies and labor. And the apparel and accessories renewal is the renewal and use of eligible cooperative contracts for items in that area. And last but not least is our renewal for the Denton Regional Day School Program. It is predicated on the price per student. We are currently serving 10 students in that program in 22-23, anticipating 9 for 23-24 at a cost of roughly $20,000 per student.
All right. Those are our consent agenda items for the May 15th meeting. All right, Mr. Colbeck, you are up.
Thank you, Mrs. Lasan. I'm going to invite Michelle Jacobson up here, and we're going to get the presentation up. So as Michelle's coming up, this topic is regarding our shared technology refresh using the 2017 technology bond funds. This slide should look familiar. This is essentially the breakdown of technology projects in the 2017 bond. We have our two big categories, which essentially is staff and student devices, as well as network and infrastructure. The total amount in the 2017 technology bond budget was $99,115,903. This slide should also look familiar. I'm trying to get us back to where we left off last time we were here. So this slide was shared in October as well as February. If you recall, we brought a recommendation for what we call our program specific, as well as a refresh for 4th and 9th grade iPads. So, and we were showing basically what that project would do. So if I advance to the next slide, you'll see a lot of the stuff that's in green is now in blue, and the dollar amount is down. So when we put this slide together, the remaining balance of the 2017 bond is just under $11 million, 10.8 million, just over that. So you see highlighted in green the shared device standard. I do want to point out I added 2 other projects that I want to make the board aware of. It's not urgent right now. However, sometime probably before the end of this year, we are going to have to address some of our backup and some of our video storage. I think Mr. Garrett's also shared that that's a concern. So I think we are going to have some savings, as you'll see at the end of this presentation, where I feel like we should be able to handle that through this remaining balance. So I just want to touch on also really the timing of this project. So we've talked about this for a while, that this was going to be a need as we forecasted needs for this coming year. And a couple pieces I want to touch on. One, when you look at shared devices, you really have to look at that holistically to what your device access levels are across the district. So when we think about our one-to-one program, where we have devices going home in 4th through 12th grade, over the years since that we started rolling that out, we've really worked hard to bring that number up, and we're cruising just over 96% of students in 4th through 12th grade are opted into the program. So from that lens, our thought on this is we really have to assess the environment with what those opt-in numbers are and let that percolate a little bit. So we've had a good amount of drive time. Obviously, we had our device evaluation committee this summer that also gave us feedback. Also, I'm calling our legacy MacBook carts. That was something that when we built out the bond projects for 2017, we knew we'd have to replace that shared technology. On a positive note, we've got a lot of mileage out of that. So some of that technology was actually put in 2012, 2013. Most of it was, actually. So this summer is going to be where the end of the line hits. Though that technology is not going to be able to receive security updates. Obviously, too, is that ages, battery placement, hardware failures. But overall, we were able to extend the use of that technology as we were kind of buying time to evaluate the project. I've shared this already with the board, but through our device evaluation committee, as well as some of our other feedback along our way from TAC as well, is that iPad functionality has continued to improve. So if you go back to 2012, 2013, when MacBooks were put in, iPads did not have keyboards. There was Flash compatibility issues. There were Java issues. So as that has really changed, the functionality of that one device is greatly improved. And certainly, having the time to deploy the iPads, work on that opt-in number, getting it up, up there in that 96% range. It allowed us to really evaluate that use and align to what our needs were. And in my heart of hearts, I really felt like if we took the time to do that, instead of just saying, well, hey, these are 5 years old, 6 years old, let's just replace it, I really felt like there was an opportunity here to align what we need for technology, what would allow us to have the best technology for students and save us money. So I hope as we transition into the next slides, you're going to see that. So to get to this point, there was a lot of inputs. We've been working on this for a while, as you know. So and I want to touch on really the first part is the learning and teaching needs. A lot has changed since 2016 when we were planning the items in the 2017 bond. When you think about online testing, I know we don't want to put all that weight on testing, but it's a reality, and it's something that we're working through. Access is a big component of that. Obviously, there's new technology application TEKs coming out this next year. And as we've continued to go through different curriculum adoptions, online resources or electronic versions of those are parts of those adoptions. So we've discussed this at different levels with TAC around access levels, in that shared environment. We've had our device evaluation committee. We also wanted to survey principals and say, hey, what do you actually have out there? How are your MacBooks being used? How do you see your iPads being used? What are unique cases where you need that? We've also shared with the board, we've been doing this device locker storage pilot at the Triad, where one of the problems we're trying to solve is when kids are opted out of the program, or when they forget, or it's broke, or we have a new student enrolled. How do we serve them quickly? So that was great feedback. And we took all of this and we put together some principal focus groups. We had an elementary, middle, and high school focus group. So we've been working on this for several months to basically bring you all a recommendation on what the standard would be. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Michelle, and she's going to share some information around what we're proposing.
Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. So I do want to go ahead and share a little bit about our shared iPad allotment. And what Mr. Colbeck said really was, as we were evaluating our device refresh, we really wanted to see what was needed at each individual campus. So with our Mac cards, we really had a standard for elementary, standard for middle school, standard for high school, not a lot of differentiation on needs. And so after looking at opt-in, opt-out numbers, information from our locker pilot, we did come up with a shared iPad allotment. And so what that looks like is it is the number of students who have opted out of the 1-to-X program at a campus, added to a 2% shared allotment. And so that could be a student opted out of the program. It could be that a student forgot their device for the day, they didn't charge it, they just weren't ready for the day. And so those two numbers added together would be the total number of iPads available for a certain campus for use during the school day.
Yeah, and I want to insert one other piece too. One common theme we heard from the Device Evaluation Committee as well as from our Technology Advisory Council is whatever we put in there, ideally it would be the same device that almost all students have, which is an iPad. So we've been really trying to solve how do we do that in a way where it's a device that can be checked in, checked out, and made available. So this next slide, Michelle's going to kind of break down what the components are for that.
Absolutely. So that shared iPad allotment really looks at the 1-to-X iPads and just iPads for secondary students. Of course, we have our class sets in our lower elementary grade levels. And so really with talking with those about the iPads, we really needed to have a conversation in how those would be managed. So through the locker pilot, we got some great feedback. I just checked the number of checkouts and are right under 3,400 amongst the 3 campuses. But we definitely needed something that would store the locker. So, store the iPads. So we, of course, looked at our lock and charge cabinets. Really that is self-sufficient for students to go check out a device and check in a device. But we also got feedback from our principal focus groups on having carts available as well. So really a mixture based on the campus and what is needed for that campus. The other thing that we got feedback on was some kind of a portable charger. Like what Mr. Colbeck said, these devices are getting older, and so they're losing their charge more frequently. A lot of our campuses have already used some of their funds to buy portable charging batteries, and what we've heard is they're probably not as well designed as the ones that we've been piloting. So we've actually been piloting some portable batteries at 5 of our campuses. So this is one of the examples. It's a lightning charger. It charges 3 devices at a time in about 40 minutes. So what we're looking at is having an elementary. Of course, there's not a lot of movement. We do have some elementaries that are departmentalized, but each classroom in 4th and 5th grade will have one that stays in the classroom. And then we'll have portable batteries for checkouts at middle school and high school. And then I did want to share, when Brian was talking about just the iPad, you know, with the functionality of the iPad, with the new cases, it really is more like a computer in the sense of there's a trackpad, the keyboard. So these right here will be the devices that we'll be looking at initiating in the lock and charge, storage cabinets, and the carts. The last piece, you know, our teachers very much have said that it helps when there's a consistent device, but there are still curricular needs that require a MacBook. In our elementary classrooms, for the STEM Academy and robotics, there are programs that just won't run on an iPad. Some other programs that need that as well. And then one of the things that we heard from our principal focus groups is substitutes in our district, they are not assigned a laptop. And so when they come on campuses and they are teaching in a classroom, it's very beneficial for them to have a laptop for the day as well. So we got great feedback from our principal focus groups on the appropriate number of MacBooks.
Yeah, and in the MacBook count, as you can see up here, it's limited to basically 1 cart, which is it's a big reduction from what we had before. Also on the battery piece, that was something that I don't think we were really, we knew it was an issue, but I think what it really surfaced when we went through and started collecting data on the checkouts with the lock and charge cabinets. So about 10% of the time when they're checking out a device and they already have a device, it's because theirs isn't charged. So instead of having, you know, an actual iPad, it's much more cost effective to just check out a battery. So, and it's portable. So that I thought was pretty telling, and we had a lot of conversation around that with our Technology Advisory Council. We really got to solve the charging issue. So I think that's going to be a good option.
So I know this is a lot of information. Brian and I wanted to break down what it would look like on one campus. And one of the things that Brian has said already is we really wanted to see cost effectively what technology is needed. And I'm going to talk about a slow rollout because before we put all this technology into our buildings, we want to make sure that it's being used by our students and it's truly needed. So an example, LHS. LHS, we have about a 10% opt-out rate. When you look at their enrollment, they're at right under 1,900 students. Opt-in is 1,680 and opt-out is 194 students. That 2% spare allotment for the students who might forget their iPad is an additional 34 iPads. So if we were looking at all-in needs based on our formulas, we would be looking at a total of 228 iPads for LHS, 16 lockers, and 32 batteries. That's a lot of technology. What we are wanting to propose is a gradual rollout. So for example, with LHS, we've had conversations with our high school principals and Mr. Baker. We would be looking at rolling out 75 iPads. Those 75 iPads, part of them would be in 5 lockers, and then 1 cart of 15 iPads. The cart will actually hold 30 for growth, but for the first phase, we would have 15 iPads in the locker, and then 1 16-pack of the batteries, and then, of course, the MacBooks as well. Phase 2 could look like 150 iPads, 10 lockers, 1 cart of 30 iPads, and then 2 16-packs of batteries. And then Phase 3 could look like the remaining proposed standards. Again, through this, through all of the interactions, all of the checkouts, we would be able to collect data to see how often these are being used. Looking at this option as well, on state testing days or even assessment days, all students would have access to a device.
Yeah, that's a good point. So in this model, we would have enough technology to make sure we're covering whatever the assessment models are in the windows that campuses have set up for testing. And I think the great part about this plan is the top part is using data insights to kind of gauge what we're buying. What we're trying to avoid is just saying, all right, let's just roll with 228 and then find out the stuff's only used 20% of the time. So with this checkout process, we'll have data once they hit a threshold. Well, maybe we added another locker, or we add the other 15 to the cart. So we try to, put it in there when it's needed versus I just don't want to overspend, I guess is where I'm at. So I feel like this is a good approach, but also a conservative way to attack it. So what this would actually look like for June, this is a discussion item tonight, but our plan is to bring a June recommendation. So we're working with procurement and contracts right now on pricing all of this. But like I said before, the current budget is $10.8 million. We're anticipating the budget for this, as we shared back in February, for the shared device project was $5.4 million, 5.481. We're anticipating this project to come in under budget with that. So what we're looking to do when we bring the recommendation in June would be to present you with pricing not to exceed. And that's for a couple reasons. One, we're working on pricing right now, but if this takes us a year to ramp this up, and this is still could be negotiated, but it's not uncommon for technology companies to say, net 60, net 90 on pricing. So we're going to have to account for a little bit of inflation, a little bit of kind of, repricing it. But the idea is we want to bring a recommendation to you all in June for not to exceed pricing that gives us the flexibility to ramp this thing up as we need to under that recommendation that would be presented to you in June. Also, I want to point out is Michelle's team is going to be working on pulling out what we're calling, retired technology. In that, there's going to be a lot of MacBooks. They're old, about 10 years, 8 to 10 years old. So I'm not sure there's going to be a lot of residual value, but once we get that stuff pulled out, we're also planning on doing a procurement again for residual value. Anything that we can get out of that sale, it would be deposited back into the 2017 bond account like we've done in the past. But that would be a recommendation for sometime in the fall is what we're anticipating. And that's it.
Well, I like the thing highlighted in yellow. Don't overspend. That's fantastic. We all like that, right? All right. Does anybody have any questions for Fran?
We need to note that Mr. Miller has joined the meeting.
Oh, all right. Welcome, Mr. Miller. You want to give us a wave that you can hear us? Okay, fantastic. All right. Does anybody else have any questions, Ms. Prosnick?
I have one quick question. If you could go back to your slide with LHS.
Sure. Right there.
So you just have MacBooks. Is that one cart, or is that the 3 carts that you talked about earlier? Is that one cart there? Because I don't see it in phase 2 or phase 3.
Right. So for the MacBook carts, we are going to go ahead and roll those out from the get-go. So our main campuses would get the 45, 9th grade campuses would get the 30, same for middle school and elementary. Yep.
And we discussed, could we slow roll that? But I think some of the use cases on when they use the MacBooks, that's happening right now, plus the subs. So if you have subs coming in, we have to have something available for subs.
And my next question is the ever-important supply chain question, which is, if approved in June, do we have the time frame to do phase 1 to even start?
Yeah. So Brian and I have talked about that. With our Apple products, I feel very confident that we would be able to get those here quickly. Some of the other storage solutions may take a little bit of time. Not only that, but it's the installation of them as well. So with the new solutions, not all of them need hardwired network. They can use Wi-Fi, so that will definitely help speed up the process. But we will have to look at our campuses to see that rollout. One thing, the lock and charge carts, it's going to look very different in elementary. So we would just be looking at middle schools and high schools.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. And
thank you.
The next thing we have is the board committee update. I'm not going to run through a list. I know, Ms. Prosnick, do you want to give an update on the audit committee?
The audit committee, the board approved the audit for procurement and contracts, and we have currently sent out our RFQ, I believe. And we should be meeting to bring back to the board a recommendation for the vendor to do the audit.
Thank you. Anybody else have any committee updates? Okay. All right, so next we're going to move on to action items, and Ms. Maloney, you want to lead us into the first one?
Yes, thank you, Vice President Lasan, Dr. Miller, members of the board. This is the follow-up to the debt service update discussion item, where this action item will allow escrow securities to be purchased upon board approval, and it includes the redemption order for the district's defeasance within the fiscal year 23 debt management policy, and the recommendation is before you.
Fantastic. Ms. Prosnick, would you like to make a motion?
I would. I move to adopt a resolution calling a portion of the district's unlimited tax school refunding bonds, Series 2014B, and unlimited tax school building bonds, Series 2018, for redemption prior to maturity and defeasing the district's unlimited tax refunding bonds, taxable Series 2020B, to maturity.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Dr. Bonner saw him first. Do we have any discussion? Oh. Are you voting, Catherine, or do you have discussion? Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. All right. We have Miller, so now we have 7-0. All right. Next, consider approval of the 23-24 employee compensation plan. Ms. Smith.
Yes, well, with all due respect to all of my coworkers, I honestly think that we've probably saved the best thing to last tonight. I do. I'm sorry, everyone. But I think that to be able, after all of the months that we've spent really discussing and preparing for our compensation plan, it's just a really nice time tonight to be able to put this before you and allow us to communicate tomorrow, hopefully, what we're moving forward with. I think I would be remiss if I didn't take a moment and say to each of you as board members how much from administration we respect the amount of time and thought you have put into this, because it's not easy at a time when the legislators have not told us what they're going to do really to support us. You all, as board members, are recognizing how important it is to make sure our staff knows how much we value them, how much we want to keep them here in LISD, and how much we want to bring new people onto our team. And so as I go through these items for you to vote on individually, I just want to take a moment and say thank you to you all for your leadership and for your guidance in this area, and it's one of the main reasons why we remain a great school district. So with that, let me just read these. What we have before you tonight for your approval is a 3% salary increase from the midpoint for all staff, which equals about $11.7 million. A market adjustment for teachers completing years 10 and up, bringing them to 5th in the marketplace, which is a $650,000 expense. A market adjustment for facility services staff that are currently under market, which equals a $325,000 adjustment. A market adjustment for our elementary school principals currently under market, which equals a $300,000 adjustment. And then for our hard-to-fill areas in special education, we would be increasing our special ed self-contained stipend by $500, bringing the total amount of that stipend to $3,000. And we would be adding a special ed stipend for our SDI teachers in the amount of $2,000. And then additionally, for the first time ever, we're looking at including a Title I stipend for our staff at all of our Title I campuses in the amount of $600, which equals a $933,000 adjustment. We are also looking at raising our local leave from 3 days to 5 days of local leave provided by our staff. And then finally, setting a first-year starting salary of $60,850 for our beginning teachers.
I just want to make a couple of comments. I want to reiterate just the thanks that Ms. Smith is giving to all of you, because we have seen how challenging it is right now to really
be able to move forward with a compensation recommendation with the unknowns from the legislature. I do want to reiterate a couple of things, and one, that's the recognition that our teachers of 10 years and up, them being 6th and 7th place in our market, this adjustment moves them to 5th place, and that then allows us to be 5th place in the market for 0, 5, and 10 and up. And that is a significant commitment, and I thank you so much for considering that this evening. I also want to say that we have an additional $12 million worth of ideas on how to retain the staff that we have should the legislature come through with more funding for public education. You all already recognize that retention of our staff, longevity is important, and we are ready to implement those solutions should the legislature come through. But this total package that Ms. Smith read out tonight of $14.9 million, just thank you for your consideration of those items.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just get started here. Would someone like to make a motion regarding salary increases? Ms. Taylor.
I move that the board approve a 3% salary increase from the midpoint for all staff as recommended by administration.
Do I have a second? Ms. Prosnick. Do I have any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. I heard some applause back there.
Very light applause.
I think it's because there's not many people back there. All right. Would someone like to make a motion regarding a market adjustment for teachers completing year 10 and up? Ms. Hassett.
I move that the board approve a market adjustment for teachers completing year 10 and up as recommended by administration.
Do I have a second? Ms. Taylor. Do I have any discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Catherine, are you voting down there, girl? Okay. Just checking. Motion passes 7-0. Would someone like to make a motion regarding a market adjustment for facility services staff currently below the market?
I'll make that motion, Ms. Lasan.
Thank you.
I move that the board approve a market adjustment for facility services staff that are currently below market as recommended by administration.
Do I have a second? Dr. Bonner? Do I have any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Would someone like to make a motion regarding a market adjustment for elementary school principals that are currently below the market?
I would like to make that motion. I move that the board approve a market adjustment for elementary school principals that are currently below market as recommended by administration.
Do I have a second? Ms. Sills? Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passes 7-0. Would someone like to make a motion regarding the special education self-contained teacher stipend? Dr. Bonner?
I move that the board approve a $500 increase to the stipend for special education self-contained teachers as recommended by administration.
Second? Christy, Ms. Hassett? Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right. Anyone want to make a motion about the addition of a special education SDI teacher stipend? Ms. Hassett?
I move that the board approve an addition of $2,000 stipend for special education SDI teachers as recommended by administration.
Do I have a second? Catherine? Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Would someone like to make a motion regarding the addition of a Title I staff stipend? Ms. Taylor?
I move that the board approve the addition of a $600 stipend for staff at a Title I campus as recommended by administration.
Second? Ms. Hassett? Any discussion?
Quick question. It says for staff. Which staff?
All staff.
All staff. So instructional support staff, $600. Teachers, $600.
All staff.
Counselor, $600.
Yes.
Principal, $600.
All staff.
All staff. Okay, thank you.
All right.
I should have said
Does that change anything for you?
Not a bit.
All right. Okay. All those in favor? Motion passes 7-0. All right. Do we have a motion on the increase to the number of local leave days? Ms. Hassett?
I move that the board approve increasing the number of local leave days provided for each year from 3 to 5 as recommended by administration.
Second? Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Any discussion?
Quick question. I noticed there's not a cost or an expense on this one, which is probably hard to gauge, right? So it's an additional 2 days for possibly all staff, so 6,500 staff times the cost of a substitute for those that need a substitute. Is that right? Is that the methodology? Any idea what that might cost? Just a conservative estimate.
Tim, we shared that at an earlier board meeting based on the percentage of them that are taken. Tim, do you remember?
I think I have
Sorry.
it right here.
Okay.
Yeah, 1.2.
If 100% took it.
1 million for teachers, 171. That's if everybody,
Yeah.
at a 60% use rate, it'd be about 760. Okay,
About $700K.
for 60% usage.
So about 1/4% of a salary increase. If 1% gets $3 million, this is about 1/4 of that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any more discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Okay. All those opposed? Okay. Motion carries 6-1. Would someone like to make a motion regarding salary for first-year teachers?
I'd like to do that.
Okay.
I move that the board approve a first-year teacher salary of $60,850 as recommended by administration.
Do I have a second? Dr. Bonner? Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Okay. Motion passes 7-0. Oh, that was it. Oh, wait, one more? Oh, okay, right. Go ahead, Ms. Smith. Well, it was it for all that. Now this is something else.
Yes, so also before you tonight for your approval is the resolution regarding our compensation plan that just makes it very clear to everyone through this resolution that the raises that you have just passed shall be all inclusive of any and all legislative action regarding staff funding as permitted by law. So this is inclusive, and that's what this resolution is for. So someone will just simply need to move that we approve the resolution and read it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you guys doing down there, Ms. Sells? You gonna make the motion?
I think we have to, do we have to read it?
Okay.
I do believe we have to read it into record.
Okay.
Okay. On the resolution of the Lewisville Independent School District Board of Trustees regarding the LISD 2023-2024 Employee Compensation Plan. On this first day of May 2023, the Board of Trustees of the Lewisville Independent School District adopted by vote the following findings and resolutions. That on this day, May 1st, 2023, after lengthy discussion and in-depth analysis, the Lewisville Independent School District Board of Trustees, hereinafter the Board, convened and considered approval of the LISD 2023-2024 Employee Compensation Plan. Additionally, the Board acknowledges the need to remain competitive and considerate regarding salary and inflation rates and desires to recruit and retain the best and brightest that the profession has to offer to maintain the exceptional standards of the district. Further, the board recognizes that staff shortages still present an unavoidable concern with the district and must be addressed by necessary means in a timely manner to aid in recruitment and retention and increase morale. Finally, the board acknowledges that the 88th Texas Legislature is currently in regular session and may consider providing additional funding to Texas school districts of an unknown amount and designation towards staff raises. Now therefore be it resolved that the board in a proactive manner has approved the LISD 2023-2024 Employee Compensation Plan, and such plan shall be all inclusive of any and all legislative action regarding staff funding as permitted by law, passed, approved, and adopted by the Board of Trustees of the Lewisville Independent School District this first day of May 2023.
All right, do I have a second? Dr. Bonner. Is there any discussion? Ms. Hassett.
I would just like to thank Ms. Bay for removing the whereases.
Me too.
Ms. Brosnick?
I wanted to say that it is my sincere hope that we convene back here in June and we are able to use some of the $12 million in ideas because the legislature has come through, because you have called and you have let your voices be heard.
Can you imagine a world where we spend, let's just say 13 million here and then double that with 12 million? Can
That's
you
a
just
wonderful
imagine?
world, Dr.
Isn't that
Bonner.
great? Make those phone calls and emails.
That's right. All right. If that's all the discussion, let's take a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, got everybody. Motion passes 7-0.
One quick note on communications. We will be sending out communication first thing in the morning about the compensation that was just passed, the 3% salary raise, and we look forward to that going out and all the staff getting a consistent message around that.
And Dr. Rapp, if I could just add one more thing to that. In addition to that, Tim has already started to work on the template for the salary letters as they would be ready to go out, and we anticipate those being released to individuals next week.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, the board will once again convene into closed session as authorized by Texas Government Code Section 551, specifically 551.071 and 074. The time is now 9:25 p.m. Okay. We will now reconvene into open session. The time is 10:45 p.m. Would someone like to make a motion? Ms. Hassett?
I move to approve the superintendent contract as discussed in closed session.
Do I have a second? Ms. Sells? Do we have any discussion?
Quick question, does the idea of contract include idea of compensation?
I would assume that it does.
Okay, I was just wondering if we needed to amend it.
I think that's all part of contract.
Okay, perfect.
I think since it was approved by legal, that it's all encompassing of contract and
Perfect.
compensation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We ready to vote? Is Mr. Miller on anymore? No. Okay. All those in favor? All right. Motion carries 6-0. All right. If there is no further business, this meeting is adjourned. The time is 10:46 p.m.